Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I'm Ramon Rick, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World. Business was steady, but then an influx of new four-legged friends changed everything. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients. The only problem, more appointments, meant he needed more space. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He used his card to furnish a new exam room, and everyone was happy. Built for Dr. Petsworth's business, built for your business, Amex Business.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
And good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping entrepreneurs leverage leading edge optimizations. And I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24/7 business network showcasing Black business, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and forward thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from all over the world, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, cities from all over the United States, and even Mexico. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I myself am coming to you guys live from Guanajuato, Mexico, as a digital nomad myself. And let me share something with you. The Black Business Network is a global community about sharing business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about businesses. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, this actual Black Business Network is in the future right now, where you guys can go to the hellollc.io and watch this live in the metaverse. No, you don't need the VR headsets. You can go from your cell phone. You can go from your laptop. And the future is already here. So definitely go and watch this live. Get away from the 2D and come watch it in the 3D. And I have an amazing speaker today for you all that is going to even share even more about how the metaverse is taking over and transitioning, because the metaverse, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than the third generation of the internet. Okay, let me say that again. The third generation of the internet. We are going from 2D to 3D. So Mr. Carl McLever, the Chief Global Health Digital Officer at Red Bloodless Medicine. He has 4 years of creating brand identity for public health needs. Awareness is his middle name, and anemia and blood and all of these things that definitely for our community we are, struggled with. But this is awareness and knowledge that he's bringing by creating projects such as in the metaverse, right? And then being able to create this new ecosystem in the nursing field and creating an immersive experience for us all to be able to learn. So without further ado, I present to you Mr. Carl McLever.
Great. David, how are you doing?
I am doing amazing, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I had no idea you're in Mexico. You're the coolest guy I've ever seen. You show no hint of heat.
Well, it's a little rainy here today. Hey, it is California weather. It is absolutely amazing. So, Carl, brother, it is just absolutely amazing to just read your bio, learn, more about you. And I just cannot wait to hear what you have to share with us. So as always, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Well, I'm far from a genius. I'll put it this way. If anything, you could credit me of just rolling up the sleeves and really trying to work hard, and maybe I have a talent of being around geniuses. If there's anything you can credit me for, is that. And I definitely want to thank you so much for just listing many of the activities I've engaged in the last, I'd say, 6 years through the transition of COVID. The metaverse was really a huge target we were after, and we still want to have some inclusion in that space. I think that we brought a very powerful message that the metaverse really needed, and that's as far as medical. So where do I start? Many years ago, I'd say about 30 years ago, the Jehovah's Witness population, in which I am one, really made requests of the medical field to be able to satisfy their wishes of having elective operations, without the use of donated blood. Now, at that time, it may have seemed to be a very challenging, I'd say, challenging for hospitals, medical centers to do, but they did it. And much appreciative. Millions of lives have been saved globally. Well, let's fast forward. Now we're about 30 years in, and a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, I thought about this, and I said, well, a lot of those wonderful innovations were just delegated really to this small group. And why not have everyone take advantage of some of these protocols? Not only would it satisfy maybe the needs of some that may not want blood, but with COVID taking place, and who would have thought that COVID would just change the whole landscape and develop a paradigm shift in everything, the way that blood is perceived, the way that it's donated, the quantity as well, because the globe has been in a critical situation of a lack of blood supply. So what would satisfy all these needs? Well, having the option to be able to have elective surgeries without the use of blood. And the protocols already in hospitals. So what we did was we started a wonderful initiative, a red bloodless medicine and surgery. Now, under red bloodless medicine and surgery, we realized that there were more things that we had to make people aware of. One is anemia. Now, you may not think much of anemia because you don't hear it often. You hear of heart disease, you hear of maybe lung cancers, strokes, kidneys, diabetes. But when you look at all of these various types of ailments or diseases, guess what they fall under to a certain degree? And that's anemia. So anemia becomes really, when you think about it, and especially for the African American community, which, sad to say, we are not given enough awareness as needed, by looking into anemia and understanding it better and understanding our hemoglobin levels, why we're maybe able to not only offset some of the major challenges that take place down the line, but it can also lead to maybe a better health. When you think of everyone's talking about burnout, well, look at the symptoms to having low levels of iron deficiency, and see what those symptoms are. And they par along with being anemic. Pregnant women that can't come to full term. Well, have they ever had their anemia? Are they anemia? Have they had that checked? Because being anemic obviously is going to make you weak. Now, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a physician, but you can look and take advantage of research to see the role that anemia has in our health system. And often it's sad to say that some of these questions are not asked and some of the answers not given by our medical professionals, because you have to ask, why isn't my general physician giving me my hemoglobin status? Or when I'm going to endure some type of surgical procedure. And sometimes we look at these surgical procedures and we think they're all the same, but no. Anytime that you're under anesthesia or anytime you have a surgical procedure, you need to really take a look at it very seriously and see what your blood counts are, because that has something to do with outcome. So we've developed an anemia initiative, wonderful campaigns that could be found on LinkedIn that really helps us to understand the awareness of it, that it should be a question in our lives, whether it's individual, whether it's public and business. Because think about this now, everyone wants better productivity from their various corporations, but it has to transcend down to how people feel. Are they strong enough to be able to perform the responsibilities that have been given to them? Are they taking tasks at home and by extension bringing it to the workplace? What about our nurses? I'm so glad that you mentioned about the nursing ecosystem. That was one of the prime initiatives I've had to really bring and understand nurses better. Yes, they're going through so much. They brought us through some of the most toughest times in world history. And now we have expectations of them that are greater to continue that. Well, how can they do that if they're still dealing with the after psychological math? And you can just imagine they're going through anemia as well. So that little check mark has to be identified. So that's why we're really trying to do the best we can and team up with nurses. And we hope there's some nurses that are on this wonderful platform, this Black Business Network, this Olympics, that could reach out to me. Feel free to DM me. I could be found. You can go to Google, just type my name, Carl Lorenzo McIver. You can go to LinkedIn and find me there. So now, we talked about the awareness of anemia, but now here's something that probably a lot of people don't realize. Patient blood management is now a new protocol that's being introduced in many hospitals. Now, you may not see it because the awareness part of that has never really been solidified. But patient blood management is now the opportunity for you as a patient to have a voice in your care. Now, think about that. We already know when it comes to equity that there's a challenge when it comes to people of color. So in the past, we may not have been given the opportunity to make decisions when it comes to our health. Yes, we walk right into the doctor's office. We may walk right into the hospital, and then we're guided as to the outcome. And basically, we'll say yes, and I wouldn't say play along, but we'll just accept what is handed to us. Well, that doesn't have to be the case, not only for people of color, but for anyone. We all deserve the right to be now partners with the multidisciplinary team of our healthcare providers. See, in the past, we were more like passengers. And you almost have, sad to say, almost along for the ride. And although, granted, many of the outcomes proved to be beneficial, but now we're in another stream, another era where as people, as the public, and as consumers, and as the patient, we also have a voice. So what we're doing now at Red Bloodless Medicine and Surgery is making sure that patient blood management gets the proper definition. It's not so much about having a transfusion or not. And I think the medical field globally, as I say, defining it as such. But what we want to do is give it its proper definition. Now, keep in mind that the definition has already been established by the World Health Organization. What we're basically just doing is making sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and make sure everyone knows that what comes first is that collaboration between the healthcare provider, that team, and you as a patient. So it's more about rights. It's more about developing this collaboration that now it's not a negative one. It's not one that now has a confrontation component involved. Oh no, now it's going to be one of what that new term engagement is. It's a wonderful engagement tool. And when you have a positive engagement and when shared thoughts, shared acceptances are analyzed, then that will lead to the best health outcome. Now, let's look at the business part of this. For hospitals, they're always trying to vie for the opportunity to better engage with the patient. And when we say patient, we'll say patient / consumer / public. So I don't know of a hospital that would not do all that they could in investing in better relationships with the public, with the consumer, and with their patients. So what Red Bloodless Medicine Surgery is doing is not only crafting, let's say, the category of awareness to anemia, but it's doing something even larger scale. It's taking the patient blood management concept, it's taking that platform, and it's making sure that it's not only well defined by the patient, but also is bringing the healthcare provider together. And we're doing it through visuals, through branding. We have a logo now that's identifiable so that anytime you see this logo, this particular logo, and it has a large M and 2 circles. One says no blood, one says blood. Anytime you see that logo, you can have full confidence that that particular facility or that particular hospital understands the engagement. And there you have a level of trust. You have a level of dignity. You know, right now, when it comes to making a decision on having a transfusion or not, basically you have this big circle with a slash through it that says no blood. And I couldn't understand why something like that is still needed. Just think about it. There's so many symbols that are graphic that we've gotten rid of because of equity, because of inclusion, diversity. Why isn't this one of them? I mean, it's sad that if you walked into a hospital and let's say you were allergic to some type of drug, that you would have to have some type of large photo of the drug with a cross through it. Well, that doesn't really give you confidence in the hospital. So what we've done is we've designed a wonderful package, signage packages for hospitals that now will encourage this beautiful relationship. And at the same time, it will show what the patient's right of inclusion with the hospital truly is. It's one of a partnership. Now we're working in talks with many hospitals now with this because this is such a new, I'd say, not concept, but application. Because although patient blood management has been around for decades, now to illustrate it, to articulate it in some type of graphic form, some type of branding form has never been done. So we feel honored to really be the first, I'd say the first to be able to do something like this and to have it represented not just with the United States, but globally. That means a lot. And obviously we need the help of other health state providers, new ones, those that may be on this call now, to reach out to me, because you have to really think about it. It's rare that whether it's a person of color, an organization, has the opportunity to step into, let's say, a landscape that has really not been developed to its fullest. And this is it. Patient blood management is coming and is already in many of the major hospitals. So what we're doing is just now making it awareness ready, develop a branding for it, so that if you or many of your loved ones happen to walk into a facility, you know directly that this facility represents the right definition of this protocol. Now, by extension, we did something which is another initiative I'm very proud of. We developed a documentary because we realized that movies, it really touch the hearts. It tells a story. So we actually produced and directed the first patient blood management documentary of a family. They're Jehovah's Witnesses, in which I'm one as well, that had to make a choice regarding their health care. And the choice was who was going to perform the surgery. Now, this surgery is very interesting. It's a heart transplant done without donor blood. Now, just think about that for a second. You're probably used to open heart surgeries, stents put in, bypasses, but to replace a heart and replace it with a donor heart without the use of donated blood is something that's is nothing shy of amazing. There's only a few medical centers in the United States that can perform such a surgery. And at the time, I think there were only about 3 or 4. So to tell this story, it's an amazing story. You get a chance to go into how this couple feels, the decisions they had to make, the mental decisions, the psychological decisions, the emotions behind having such a surgery, and the fear that although having a surgery, could it be done successfully? Well, it's called Have a Heart. And please look for me because we're doing showings. We'll try to do showings maybe twice a month. And if you represent a hospital or you represent an educational university, we would be more than happy to show this presentation at your facility, and as well as, especially for nurses, because we feel that, sad to say, that oftentimes nurses are left out of these wonderful transitions in health and innovations. So we want to include them on the first tier. We don't want to wait until it gets to bedside before they hear something like this. No, we now have everything in place so that we can, at the very least, introduce them into this space so that they can make better decisions. Maybe they want to be an entrepreneur. Maybe they want to develop something within the patient blood management space or even anemia space. So this opens up wonderful opportunities of business for nurses as well. Well, we're so happy about these initiatives, and obviously we can create them, but we're humbly asked anyone that may find that they have an interest in this, we would love to have a conversation, because business is about partnerships. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a peer to peer. Some of the greatest partnerships may come from something that may not seem organically correct, but when you put the two together, it is. I mean, perfect example. Who would have ever thought by putting together peanut butter and chocolate, you come up with something that's that great? Well, we all know what that is. So we hope that those that are listening in on this, my presentation this evening, and I want to thank Dr. Kelly III for allowing this opportunity to be able to bring awareness to a greater audience. It's priceless to be able to do that. It's just now my work is to make sure that it could live up to platforms like this, and making sure that the education, the awareness, the collaboration does exist. And that's what we're doing at Red Bloodless Medicine and Surgery. You can also find me at redbloodless.org. It's going to be continually updated because we're finding wonderful ways to be able to tell this story. So please look for us. We are happy to partner with some unique partnerships. We're happy to really bring this healthcare initiative in a different manner, one that we could say that has a nice cool factor to it. So if you take a look at our posts, we hope that you feel that way as well.
Carl, man, you have dropped so much valuable information, and I was sitting here and just listening to you share with people that they have to be able to collaborate. Number one, we have to be able to get out of our old mentality, our old conditioning ways, our old habits, especially when it comes to our health. Because when you talked about, anemia, right? My father has been dealing with that himself. And even when you talked about blood pressure, cholesterol, and all these heart diseases and things of that sort, that falls under that category. And most people don't know that. I didn't know that till you just said that. And so I just want to thank you for bringing that to our attention, because that's what I share with people, is that we go from the I don't know to the I know. And now that you know, now what you're going to do about it.
Right.
And this is where we have to get out of our conditioning ways of not wanting to ask for help, not wanting to learn these new things. And that's what you're creating, is experiences, so people can engage and have these conversations utilizing this new technology, utilizing these new ways of being able to overcome a lot of these things that, have been an obstacle in the past, where, you don't need blood anymore. That right there in itself is huge. So, just these things that you've talked about and that you've, shared with us. Let me ask you this, what are some of the ways that you see metaverse being able to create this awareness, being able to create, this knowledge to our community?
Good question. And when metaverse first began I wouldn't say first began, but we'll say the acknowledgement that it existed, right? We really worked hard to develop some type of metaverse structure that will allow maybe a patient to come in and we share and interact with them. But since we started that, there have been so many wonderful things that have taken place with metaverse technology that has made it more simple when it comes to at least the introduction. There's a lot more, we'll say, gas that needs to go to the metaverse. And it's not the technical aspect, but for people to understand that it should be part of a tool like anything else. So what we want to do, and this was our plan, we realized that by incorporating so much efforts in the metaverse, we kind of pulled away from developing the category that was most important, and that was the health component, the awareness to anemia, the awareness to patient blood management, the awareness to bloodless medicine surgery. So we had to do almost a transition. And since this is about business, Black business, sometimes you may come up with a path for your business, but you have to be sensitive to a few things. to a public readiness. You have to social changes, paradigm shifts. So then you have to be willing to be not like a jumbo jet that takes a long time to turn, but you may have to be just like a Lear or G4 and make the pivot to be right in line with everything else. And that's what we had to do. We had to make a pivot and to be in line. I'm glad we made that, because now we've actually have a strong brand. And by having that strong brand, we've been able to, on LinkedIn, we have about 6,000 plus connections, but all of those connections are key connections with top level individuals within the healthcare arena. So that took time. None of this takes overnight. And really, I just will say this quick. It's not about money, because the bottom line is I can give you $1 million now, right? Tonight. But that does not guarantee that you're going to have the credentials to be able to speak to anyone, or that word is going to get out in the right manner. So at some points, it's not about money. It's about being a creative, showing some ingenuity and strategy and branding. And that, I would have to say, is a missing component in healthcare. Because, and I know I'm probably going to get it for saying this, but I've worked on both sides.
Yeah.
Here's why I say that. When you save a life, or you're part of life saving, then oftentimes it's hard to imagine that anyone else exists. So although you could be able to create something in Mexico, it stays in Mexico. And the only ones that are appreciated are your peers, your medical peers. But how does it transition to the public? See, and that's what Red is trying to do. Red takes, let's say, the vernacular from the medical field, changes, or not change the meaning, but makes it so that it's more palatable for the public.
Yeah.
See, and we say patient all the time, but think about this. When you concentrate on the patient, look what you skipped over. The public and the consumer. The public is the first patient. So we always say, if you have an educated public, then you have your best patient. You see, so what we did was we turned ourselves around. When everyone's going right, we had to say, no, we have to go a little left. See, and that was our whole, thinking behind awareness, red bloodless medicine and surgery, and patient blood management, those initiatives, and the movie as well.
And that's so key, is that what you said from the beginning is the awareness factor, and that takes us all to be able to adapt. We talk about this AI, and I remind people, it's artificial intelligence, but you know what it really stands for? Adapting, adopting. Yeah. And like you said, don't be that big jumbo jet that takes forever to make that turn, and be able to pivot faster now, because technology is moving a whole lot faster than it was. And I remind people that these cell phones that we're using right now are the new pagers, right? With this Vision Pros that Apple's are coming out with in Q1 of next year. The Quest 3 just came out with theirs. If you were watching football last night, you see that they are transitioning. These Zooms that we're utilizing right now are outdated. You're now having an avatar. When people go onto Twitter, onto TikTok, and use these filters, and you turn into an avatar, hello, that's metaverse. And so, this is where we have to be able to make that transition in the business aspect, and especially where you're bringing it from in the healthcare industry, especially for us as a community. That is where we have to get better at, because without our health, nothing else exists.
Nothing does. You're right.
Period.
You're right.
And so bringing that awareness to what we do is very key. And so I greatly appreciate you bringing this to the forefront, and everybody should definitely be well aware of what you're doing, how you're doing it. And so, for one last time, share with us, Carl, where can people find you at? How can they reach out to you? Talk to us more about that.
Sure. And, I just, if I have a couple of seconds, I only want to tag on to what you just mentioned. Now, just think about this for a second. Let's just wrap our minds around this. The concept of business, the concept of where we are now. Yes, as minorities, we can't get out the elephant in the room. It is challenging. We grew up with our parents saying, you have to be better than the next person. That hasn't changed. It really hasn't. But here's what has. The playing field is much different. Because think about this. During COVID, there was a part of business that I loved about that, because everyone shared the same little square. I don't care if you were a large Magilla like Big Blue. I don't care if you were sitting in your pajamas at home. Everyone had access to that square. What you did with it, how many times you were on it, what did you post on it? Did you understand branding? Could you beat the competition? That was up to you. No one stopped us from utilizing that square, whether it's LinkedIn or whatever is your social media platform. And that is what was in my mind constantly. This is my time to start running, because it's almost like everyone is at the starting line, the guns went off, bang, and you ran. So you could be in competition with a business that had like 300 marketing executives. It just didn't matter. To prove that that could be done, because I want everyone to understand that even though it seems like a David and Goliath, some things can be done. When I Googled my name in the search, I put in, I did this. I said, top patient blood management influencer globally. To my surprise, my name came up at the top. Now, what you think about this? Scroll down and you'll see hospitals, people that have been in the game just about all their lives, organizations. How is that possible? Because now I'm working towards the transition of, like you mentioned, the tech. So now with strategy, we're able to come to the table. Now, do I want to be in the C-suite? Not really. That's just me personally. Everybody, obviously, but me, no. But that's just me. But I put it this way. I can shake hands with a person in C-suite. And just because they're in C-suite doesn't mean that they had every part of that company's evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all. Because usually they're sitting on top of hundreds of other folks that make decisions. I would shake the hand of anyone on this call that sat in a room by themselves, came up with an idea. And even if they had not made 5 cents, that was theirs. One of the things I want to leave with everyone, ownership of your content is important. It's not the money. Ownership of your content. When you own your content, that's almost like an investment in your future.
That indeed.
That
indeed. So where can people find you at before we get out of here?
Yeah, I know. I love talking to you, man. You go to LinkedIn, just type in Carl Lorenzo McIver. You can go to redbloodless.org. I can be found on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn all the time. Just DM me. I love speaking with individuals, and let's do some partnerships here.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I've already done that, so I look forward to meeting with you and chatting with you more, Carl. So I greatly appreciate that so much, brother. So you guys have a great one. And with that being said, guys, look, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college from K to 12. This expo fundraiser is for students. Students, you may go to the Black Business Expo USA.com, and you parents, please go and donate to the scholarship fund as well as the Cash App that's on the screen also. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and make sure that you are going to the www.blackbusinessexpo.com. And remind you guys all that this is a great time for us to give a big shout out to our sponsors for this month's actual Black Business Network. And we're talking about from NC 100, the Moody Capital Partners, the Soul and Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS Management and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, the Hello LLC, Lee Entertainment, artistic app design, and of course, the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good. But the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance,
advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC, and Hello stands for Helping Entrepreneurs Leverage Leading Edge Optimizations. And I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders worldwide. And not only that, we have speakers from London, from Singapore, from Japan, from North Carolina, from Chicago, from New York, from Los Angeles, from Florida. And I myself have coming to you live from Guanajuato, Mexico right now. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to know that the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, to educate businesses about businesses, to really pivot you into the future. And even as we talk about this right now, you can come and visit us in the Hello Plaza in Metaverse. No, you don't need those headsets. You literally can go press a button on your phone, 4 buttons, download an app, and go and visit the Hello Plaza and watch this live from the Metaverse, from your phone, from your laptop, or if you do have the VR headsets, to where the future is already here. And it is here live, and as you can hear from Mr. Carl earlier, and we're going to continue this as we get this rolling. And I have the pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to Miss Cleo Michael. She's a proud mother of 3 wonderful children. They have been there every step of the way. This young lady has 16 years of experience counseling for substance abuse. She doesn't look a day over 30. Not only that, she's the owner, CEO of Set Yourself Free Life Coaching. She's the co-founder of Empowered, a support group. And not only that, she's helping others achieve their full potential, empowering them to drive forward by leading by example. And I say that because she too just was able to join the Hello Plaza, to where she's going to have her storefront in the metaverse, to where she's going to be able to showcase her Set Yourself Free life coaching. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Miss Cleo Michael.
I'm sorry.
That's quite okay, Miss Cleo. We'll bring Miss Cleo right back. I'm pretty sure she's getting that mute button off. And guys, I can tell you right now, Miss Cleo is an absolutely amazing rock star. This woman is all about pressing the button. She has been able to take her business from one level to the next level, and she continues to show up and showcasing herself free, showcasing her empowerment group that she's a co-founder on, and more importantly, just being able to be that beacon of light and really be able to show other people, especially in her expertise of counseling for substance abuse, that this goes in all areas of our life. And so, this is where she comes to our presence and bless us with what she has to showcase. So, Miss Cleo Michael, let's hear from you, ma'am. I think we'll get her back. No worries. But look here, guys. When I say to you that Miss Cleo has been able to implement her business and pivot her business into the future, I mean that. Literally, this woman has been able to create a masterful holiday sale. She's been able to create a masterful masterclass that she's going to be able to talk about. And even more importantly, when you hear her story, when you hear her talk about the things that she's going to share with you, I want you to really pay attention, because she's going to bring these things to your presence and really be able to share with you how all these combine together. So, Miss Cleo, let's hear from you, ma'am. Talk to us.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. I finally made it. I finally made it to the stage. I am super excited this evening to have the pleasure to speak. Today, I am going to touch a little on substance abuse, but I am going to speak to the youth that are currently in high school and preparing to go to college, just to share a few tips with you all on what to expect and what preparation you need to take as you embark on this amazing journey of going to college. I know that the Black Business Network provides scholarships for the youth to go to college. So I thought it would be actually very fitting for me to have this conversation with you all today. So my hope is, yes. So
look, with that being said, we appreciate you joining us, but guess what? Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. Like I said, I wanted to speak today to the youth today that are currently in high school. And my hope is that the things that I share this evening will inspire conversations that you will have with your parents and that your parents will have with you, because college is going to be a wonderful time of your life. It's going to be an opportunity for growth and an opportunity for learning, and also an opportunity for fun. So I really hope that you get some insight and some tips from what I'm about to share today. So to start off with, I wanted to share with you all a poem that I wrote about the minds of the future, because I do believe that our current children are the minds of our future, and they are preparing to take us on innovative heights. So the title is The Minds of the Future. You are the minds of the future. That is a great responsibility and an honor. You are the minds of the future. Allow yourself to be molded and learn from our history and our mistakes. You are the mind of the future. The journey may seem long as you are a child, but as you grow and learn, you will become wise and your capabilities limitless. You are the minds of the future. Know that you are destined for greatness, and you can do anything that you put your mind to. You are the minds of the future. We look to you to surpass us and to become a game changer. And so, as I said, I wanted to share this with you all because I do believe that you all are the future, and the things that you are going to learn on your college journey is going to prepare you to be innovative and game changing for years and for our world to come. So to start off with, I wanted to share, as I said, some tips with you all concerning college. Things that I wish that I knew. Some of them things I wish I knew when I was in college way back when. And some things that you may already be aware of, but it's worth mentioning so that you are prepared as you embark on this journey. So first and foremost, I want to start off with the fact that you really need to embrace, right, this change that is coming. Things are going to be different from being in high school where everybody was telling you what to do and making sure that you did everything on time. And now you're going to be thrust into an environment where you are going to have to be responsible, right? And really be self-motivating to do the things that you need to do on your college career. So be excited and embrace the change that is to come. Okay. Now, right now, you're probably in high school and you're thinking about, what college do I want to go to? And I know there are tons of colleges and making that decision can be difficult, but I do want you to keep in mind a few things while you are embarking on deciding what college that you want to go to. So keep in mind the cost, right? How is it going to affect your family and you in the future? And I say you in the future because you want to choose a college where when you get out of college, you don't find yourself in debt before you even start out your professional career. So making sure that while you are considering colleges that you factor in the financial costs. And I'm not here to say, go to what college for you to choose to go to, but to make sure that when you make that decision, that you give it some thought and you make the decision responsibly. Now, if you want to go to a school that is costly, right? And maybe you don't have the financial resources to do so, I definitely suggest looking into scholarships, right? And applying for scholarships so that you can not have that high financial burden again when you get out of college. Now, one resource that I wanted to share with you all that you could utilize is careeronestop.org. And on that website, they have, you want to go to first training and education, click on that, and then go to scholarship. And when you get there, you're going to see that they have tons of scholarships and grants that you can apply for. And the deadlines are also listed, so you know the time frame that you have to submit your scholarship application. So this will help take off some of that financial burden if you want to go to a school that you always wanted to go to, but it's really expensive, right? So definitely want to encourage you to look into scholarships and grants, and also look into agencies or organizations in the field of study that you're going to, because some of them often offer scholarships and fellowships and things of that nature to help your college experience be more affordable to you. Also, you can check out your local library as well, because they often have books that you can research on scholarships as well. Next, I want to talk about life skills. So I know right now you're in high school and you're probably like hanging out with your friends. That's what's important, doing some schoolwork, but it's not really, you may not really have a whole lot of responsibilities. And I definitely want to encourage you and your parents to start looking into learning some of the life skills that you're going to need to utilize while you're in college. Things such as budgeting, learning how to, create a budget, stick with it, because that's important when you get to college. Other things such as communication, learning how to communicate effectively. That's going to be important on your college career, because there you may encounter situations that you really need to be able to say no to, and feel comfortable doing that. And that comes with another tip that I have, which is teaching your kids or asking your parents how to help you learn how to set boundaries. I think it's very important at this early age, whether you're 15, 18, however old you are right now, to really learn that how to set boundaries effectively, because when you get into college, you're going to have a roommate if you stay on campus, and you need to be able to set boundaries with them. And you guys need to be able to communicate effectively so that you can say your needs and wants, say the things that bothers you, because you will be living together at least for the first year. And if you continue to be roommates for quite some time. So it's important for you all to sit down and have conversations about, likes, dislikes. And again, like I said, you have to be open to the idea of living and rooming with someone else. Okay. I also wanted to share with you, learning time management is important in college, because as I said, you're going to be now managing your time. And right now, your parents, your school, your church, all the activities that you're engaged in, they're managing your time for you. They're telling you when to do certain things and stuff like that. And so now you're going to be in a situation where you have to be managing your time. So it's a great time now for you to learn time management skills, because not only is it useful in college, it will also be useful for you as you age and you go into the professional world. Time management is key to doing a good job, right? So that's very important. Definitely ask, right? Ask for advice. Go to your parents. Like I said, if you're watching this now or if you're going to view this later, I definitely encourage you to talk to them and ask them questions about, hey, how do I practice time management skills? Okay. And if you have a problem with doing that with them, you can also reach out to me. I have no problems with going into that further with you. Also learning other life skills, such as doing your laundry, because if your parents do your laundry for you now, when you get into college, you're going to be doing it on your own, so you really want to learn, how to, do your laundry, how to, prepare little meals, because mom's not going to be there, or dad or grandma or whomever is doing it for you now. You want to get with them, mom and dad, and other family members, and ask them for suggestions on quick meals that you can, whip up while you're in college, because guess what? In college, you got to eat. So, so you want to make sure you have, you have to eat and you're always on the go. So you want to make sure you know how to prepare quick little meals that are nutritious for you on your college journey. And trust me, I've been there. I know how it is. Sometimes we don't even have time to eat because we're going from one thing to the next, but it's important that you eat, and it's important that you get rest, good sleep. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is setting goals. It's important to learn how to set goals and be time specific. And I say that because you're going to have lots of things that you're going to have to do, and you're going to have to learn how to prioritize your time. And setting goals will help you with that. So it's good practice right now while you're in high school to learn how to set goals and work towards them, and also learn how to deal with disappointment. Because if you have that support right now, when you go to college, if it does occur, you're better equipped with how to deal with it. So definitely goal setting at this age is important to learn how to do, how to achieve, and also how to deal with setbacks when they come, because in college, you may encounter setbacks. For me, I encountered setbacks. My first year in college, I failed my chemistry class. I was pre-med, and I was super excited to be pre-med, and then I had chemistry. And then the setback for me was failing that class. And that kind of sort of led me down a path of having a fear of failure. And I quit my major from being pre-med because I figured, hey, if I can't pass chemistry, I can't pass calculus or pre-calculus or any other math class. And so I decided to switch my major and quit. And so I definitely want you to know that you're going to encounter obstacles and setbacks on your journey, and you're going to need guidance on how to navigate them. And this brings to mind another thing, which is being able to go to your academic advisor and speak with them, right? And again, this is where communication needs to be practiced. So you know that it's okay for you to go to them and ask for help and communicate with them to tell them what you need and what you're struggling with so that they can advise you. The other thing is to know where your mental health resources are located. Because for me, as I told you, I suffered from a fear of failure and self-doubt. And that's something that you may encounter on your journey to college, where you're trying to navigate and think about, did I pick the right major? Or I don't even have a major yet, right? I don't even know what I want to do. I'm in college, but I don't know what I want to do yet. And so you need to have someone to talk to. And so mental health is important. So you really want to make sure that you are aware and you learn where everything is on campus, but in addition to where you can go to for mental health support and services, because you can encounter anxiety, depression, on your college journey, and you really want to be able to have someone that you can go to. And I didn't know these resources, right, when I went to college, because I didn't even think about the fact that I needed them. But I know that had I had the opportunity or even knew where to look or that they were available, the choices that I made could have been different. So I definitely want you to encourage you to work on communication, being okay with asking for help. Asking for help is not a weakness, right? It is a strength. And asking for help is going to help you grow. So you want to be able to know where those resources are. And if you don't know, most certainly, go out, talk to your professors. That's also important as well, is being able to have open communication with your professors. They are there to help you on your journey and they want to see you succeed, right? But they don't know how to help you if you don't open up to them and let them know how they can help you. So communication is key in a number, as you can see, as I've shared, it's a number of places where you will be navigating on your college career that you are going to utilize communication. So start now, start practicing now, asking for help, start talking to your parents and letting them know, having an honest conversation with them about what your concerns are about going to college. What are your fears, right? And also the things that you're excited about, because it doesn't always have to be negative, right? We can always have positive things that we want to talk about as well. It's an exciting time of your life. You are going to enjoy it, absolutely. But there are definitely things that I would love for you to know and be prepared to deal with. So I talked about budgeting and communication. Again, I will say that is key. You don't want to get into debt. But I will say this, along with budgeting, is there are a lot of places around your college when you go off to college that offer student discounts, right? You just got to show them your ID and you get discounts on clothing, food, different things of that. And so along with making sure that you have a budget and sticking to it, there are also, places that offer discounts that you can take advantage of as well. That's going to help you stay within your budget. Because as I said, you don't want to leave college with a whole lot of debt, because it is going to impact you. You may not see it now, but it is going to impact you in the future, especially when you look into, purchasing a house. The amount of debt that you accrue from college is going to factor into, your loan payments with regards to your mortgage and whether or not you would be able to qualify, for certain with resources in order to purchase your first home. So you want to make sure that you are making and thinking everything through before you go into college, because the decisions that you make now are going to impact you in the future. And if you don't know what to do, you must most definitely reach out and ask for help. And remember, I said it's a strength, not a weakness. Okay. So the other thing I want to talk about is developing good study habits. That is very important. So if you start now and you learn them and you start practicing them, it will follow you into college, and you will have good study habits when you get into college. You can always form a study group, have a study buddy. Building relationships is important in college. It's almost like networking, what we call networking in the business world. Networking in college is good because you want to connect with people that are going to support you on your journey, especially when you need it, and also hold you accountable on your college career. So you definitely want to start taking good notes now, start asking questions on how to study well. Everybody studies differently, but you want to learn what method works best for you right now so that you can carry those habits over into college. Again, as I said, don't be afraid to reach out and ask for help with your college professor, especially getting tips from them on how to study for their tests, because they're the ones that's giving you the test. They know what to expect, and reaching out to them can help you to, save you time. And time is important when you're in college. So talk to your professor so you don't waste time, studying things that you don't really need to, but focusing on the things that you need to with regards to your exams and things of that nature, because I know you get a whole lot of information and you might not, narrowing down what needs to be studied is important and will help you with being prepared for your exams. Set up a study schedule and stick to it. Okay. I know you're going to get, friends are going to show up and they're going to talk to you and say, hey, come on, let's go out. Let's go over here. Let's go do this. Let's watch a movie. Let's go party, whatever. Stick to your study schedule, because yes, you're there to study, and that needs to be your priority. You can also have fun as well, but you want to stick to it, because on the back end, if you don't stick to it, then you will find yourself in a situation where you're feeling down about not doing well if you don't do well on your exam. Deciding on a major can be challenging. And as I said earlier, you don't have to go into college right away knowing, what your major is and what you're going to major in. And if you know already, that's great. You're ahead of the game, right? But if you don't, for the students who don't, I want you to know that, again, college is a learning experience. It's going to expose you to a lot of things. So if right off the bat you don't know what to do, that's okay. Take courses on things that you're interested in, right? And things you may not be interested in, but want to find out more about, right? And so that might help you with, finding your niche, what it is that you really want to pursue later on. And always check in with your academic advisor, as I said, because they can help you narrow things down and help you make a decision along the ways. I want to say, again, build a support network of people who believe in you and who are going to support you. There might be people who may not believe in the career or the field of study that you want to go into, and that's okay. If it's something you passionately believe in and you can do it, go for it. Go for it. Don't doubt yourself because of someone else. You know your capabilities, go for it and work hard towards the goal that you want. Most importantly, I want you to know that you are capable of doing anything that you put your mind to, and you know your capabilities. So work towards it and don't give up. So I also want to bring up this topic because I know that you are going to encounter this on your college journey, and that is the topic of drugs and alcohol. And I did say I was going to talk about it a little bit because I want to spark the conversations that you could have with your parents or whoever is taking care of you at this time, because you are going to encounter situations where people are going to offer you substances or offer you to go somewhere and hang out, and it's an off-campus party and drugs and alcohol happens to be there. Or if you don't have good study habits, There are times where people will use substances to help them stay up so that they can study for their exam, to keep them awake. And I just want to know that that doesn't have to be your path, have to be your journey, but this is something that you could encounter during your college career. And it's important for you to have conversations now with your parents about how to be safe and how to handle those situations when they arise, because peer pressure does exist on college campuses, and there are situations that you may not intentionally put yourself in, but you may find yourself in because of hanging out with someone. So the people that you choose to hang around with is very important. Choose those people wisely, and if you decide to go out and party and have fun, make sure that you are around other people that are equally as responsible, and be safe. There are a lot of things that safety is a conversation that you and your parents need to have right now to prepare you for what you could encounter on your college career. So most importantly, report anything that is illegal, because you want to make sure your campus is safe for you and everyone else, right? But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, be sure to talk to your parents or an adult on campus that you feel comfortable with, that can give you good, solid advice on how to handle situations that you may not be prepared for. But these are things that can happen, and I want you to be feel comfortable and feel safe on your college journey. So as I said, it develop good study habits so you don't have to, fall into the situation where someone can offer you something to say, hey man, you're studying up late, you want to stay up, here, take this, this is going to help you stay up. And then what happens is one turns into too many, and then we have a lot of problems. And I don't want that for anyone on their college journey. So it's being prepared, and as I said, having that conversation so that how to navigate these things when they come up on your college career. And last but not least, I am going to say to you that you need to just cherish this experience. It is going to be a wonderful time of your life, and you are going to be exposed to so many different cultures. You are going to have the opportunity to build relationships, and most importantly, you are going to have the opportunity to acquire knowledge, and that is priceless. And when you get that knowledge, you get the ability to utilize it. And that's where knowledge becomes power. It's being able to take the knowledge that you are going to get on this amazing journey, and then to utilize it and make it into something beautiful, right? To be able to take it and make it into something that's innovative, right? Because you all, every last one of you high schoolers right now, have something within you that is unique, that is special, that no one else has. I don't know what it is, but you have that quality, and you have that characteristics, and you have those skills that when you go to college, depending on what you decide to study, you can take those skills and make them innovative, not only for you, but for the entire world. So I say this to say, and it goes back to my poem, that you are the future minds, right? You are geniuses, each and every one of you, in your own unique way, and whatever it is that you choose to study. And I want to make sure that through listening to this, if nothing else that you hear, is to know that you are great and that you can achieve great things when you go to college. It is important for you to go there. It is not only about academics, but that is very important. Okay? But enjoy and embrace the learning experience that you are going to embark on in the next 4 years.
Wow. You took me down memory lane, Ms. Cleo, and you gave some amazing tips and some inspiration. And I wish I would have had you in my ear, when I was going and making that transition to college and even in high school, having these conversations and bringing up these things that, are very meaningful, especially right now. And especially when you talked about, goal setting and time management and budgeting, especially for college. I wish I had known what this financial aid was, this and that, and all this other stuff, just as our parents wish they had known also. And, one of the things that I love to ask, yes, you gave all this great information, but, what would you tell yourself, right? Knowing what you know now and what you just shared with us, what would you tell yourself going back?
Wow, you know what? I would tell myself, because I did share this a little bit earlier, I would have told myself to try again at chemistry, not to quit. Because, and this is what I want to say to the youth, is that you're going to find, you're going to falter sometimes, right? But before you make that final decision to stop doing something, give it a shot again and see, because you never know when you get up how that's going to impact you. So I think I would have told myself, I know I would have told myself to go in, get some help, try again, get tutoring, right? Because that's also something that's available. I didn't even talk about that. But there's just so much to talk about when you're going to college. There's so much you're going to experience. But I wanted to hit some key things that I thought is important, and definitely, seeking more, more stuff.
And I think one of the other great things that you mentioned that, we have to be able to do, ask for help. So often we allow our pride, our ego, and our habits and our conditioned ways get in the way of getting us to the things that we want to accomplish the most. And I remind people that success is on the other side of the things you won't do. And one of those things that you won't do is ask for help, right? And this is where we share with people being grateful. Having gratefulness really releases all of that ego and pride, because you're grateful and you're in the present moment now. And that's really that you all already care about. Because a lot of the times we don't ask because we don't want to be made to, seem like it's a stupid question, or, we don't want people to know that we don't know what we're talking about, especially when we go and ask the question in a culture or in an actual environment. We don't want to be that person. And that's okay. And this is where you have to get out of, asking the question, because I can assure you, check this out. Even when you ask that question, that person might not even know. And so that's where you both get the opportunity to learn these things together. And that's why we share with people, your priorities is what needs to be in line first. And that's where you shared, right? With goal setting. That's where you said with time management. If I could go back and tell myself, hey, where are your priorities at, my friend? Right. And not making sure, or should I say, making sure that I have my priorities in order, because I can look back and I can tell you, they weren't. Okay. They weren't. They definitely weren't. And this is where, we get to go back and reflect, but not regret. And being able to understand that those same conditioning, those same habits play out to this day, if you're not willing to restructure and as Dr. Eric Kelly talks about, the mindset and then the mind shift. Are you willing to make that mind shift? And a lot of the times we're not. And so I greatly appreciate, you bringing up this amazing information, because, and not only that, when you mentioned about fear, right? Fear, focus, energy, or they say false evidence appearing real, right? We all know that. And, I share with people that fear, we shouldn't be afraid of fear, because fear, my analogy, is focused, energy arranged to react?
Right.
What are you focused on? How is that arranged, right? Or where's your energy? How is that arranged? And then how are you reacting to that? Because things happen. There is no such thing as failure. You just learn, right? Or you're able to leverage from, what happened. And so this is where we have to be able to have that mindset. And this is where, these simple tips and tricks, come about. So, with your amazing share, Miss Cleo, if you could please, share with the people what you have going on. I know you always got something amazing in your biz in a box. Now a brand new Hello Plaza virtual metaverse storefront that you can get into from your headsets, from your laptop, from your actual, cell phone. Talk to us what you got going as we move forward into 2024.
Well, thank you for asking. So into 2024, right now, you can go to my Biz in a Box, coachingwithcleo.com, and you can purchase my masterclass that is going for $59 right now. And that is on the triple P's, which is the method that I utilize to help set myself free from that fear of failure that I talked about earlier. But it's for anyone who is really finding themselves in a situation where they are emotionally stuck, right? In any type of emotion, whether it's anger, grief, low self-worth. This isn't an emotion, but codependency, unhealthy relationships, where you just find yourself stuck and you need that motivation. You're tired of being sick and tired, and you're ready to make that change, and you're not going to bring that baggage into 2024. So you definitely want to go ahead and capture your spot into that masterclass. It will be held on January 13, 2024, but you can purchase your tickets now. And I look forward to you guys coming here, because it's going to be great information to help you on your emotional health journey. And last but not least, I also have a coaching accountability package for entrepreneurs who are, again, in the situation where you know what you're supposed to do, but you're just not doing it, and you just need someone to hold you accountable, help you set goals, and hold you accountable to reaching those goals on your journey. This one is a 90-day program, but it is also on my website, and you can purchase that as well. And it's also on sale for $69. So yeah, there you go.
Absolutely. And what is that Biz in a Box website link again? Can you tell us that?
Yes, coachingwithcleo.com.
I love it. I love it. Well, Ms. Cleo, it is an absolute pleasure to have you join us on the Black Business Network. I greatly appreciate you giving your insight and your knowledge on how to be able to help people prepare from the mind, right? From also the things that are going to come up that needs to be talked about. And then even more importantly, right, with all that was said, is communication. Communication is key. And that was the message that I hope you all got throughout your actual, presentation. So we appreciate that, ma'am. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. Our goal is to raise $5,000 for 10 students and to give laptops to these students as well. Students, I need you to also go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and register so we can give this to you as well. So it takes two. And every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to also thank our Black Business US Expo sponsors as well. And our sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margaret McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, McLean Shiny Global, Executive Women Success Institute, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, The Hello LLC, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn?
For me, success comes from failure.
One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, Businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC. Hello stands for Helping Entrepreneurs Leverage Leading Edge Optimizations. And I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from London, from Singapore, from Africa, from Japan, from North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, cities all over the United States, and I myself am coming to you live from Guanajuato, Mexico itself. Yes, buenas noches. And so the Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, to inspire, to educate businesses about businesses. And not only businesses, but businesses into the future. Where right now you can watch the Black Business Network from Metaverse. Yes, I said it, Metaverse, the third generation of the internet, from your cell phone, from your laptop, or your VR headsets. I know you heard about the Quest 3s. These Apple Vision Pros are coming out here at the beginning of the year. So you can go to thehellollc.io and hit that button that says Black Business Network, and boom, you are in the metaverse from the future. So it's no, oh, I don't know how to get there. It's 4 buttons. It's adapting, it's adopting, it's pressing the button. And so, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have the privilege of introducing you all to Mr. Kevin Hook. He is a creator of the 10 Commandments of the DEI. I know you're wondering, boy, what does that mean? Diversity, equality, inclusion, right? He's a graduate of the inaugural Presidential Leadership Scholarship Program of Missouri Southern State University. He specializes in innovating systems through equality, building DEI strategies, and motivating brands to grow through inclusion. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you all to Mr. Kevin Hook himself.
David Jones, thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, brother. So, share with us more about, this DEI. You got me tongue twisted over here like no other, trying to get all these words out. So explain to me, why this? What's so important to this? Talk to us.
Absolutely. Listen, man, first of all, I'd like to thank the Black Business Network for having me and the Black Business Olympics. This has been a fantastic opportunity to share something that I really think is something that we have an opportunity as a community of people who have traditionally been marginalized, traditionally been underrepresented, to really play. When at the turn of the century, during the Industrial Revolution, we couldn't participate. After World War II, we didn't get to participate in the GI Bill and all buying the new homes. And in the 70s, when the prison industrial complex was at its early stages of being built, all the way through the 80s, and the internet explosion happened, we didn't get a chance to participate in that opportunity to generate generational wealth. Now we have an opportunity because AI is at the early enough stage where if we force ourselves to get a seat at the table, we make sure we take advantage of every opportunity to point out the inequities in emerging technologies, such as AI, all of that power. I want us to have a seat at the table. So I'm calling on all organizations who are experimenting and developing this new technology to take the time to make diversity, equity, and inclusion fundamental to every part of the development, integration, and ongoing maintenance stages of that. So that's VCs. That is when we get on the stages of offering opportunities to invest, to develop. Why not make sure that everybody has a seat at the table? Because that's going to guarantee its long-term success.
Absolutely, brother. And you share this, and this is so key when we talk about diversity, when we talk about equality, when we talk about, inclusion, for everybody to be involved into this entire process, because business is changing. Things are changing. And this is where I share with people, we have to be able to adapt. We have to be able to adopt these new transitions into our business to make things go a whole lot faster, a lot easier, and more importantly, a lot easier on an equal playing field. Because as I explain to people now, we've gotten to the era of copy, paste, drag, drop. In our business, but it is up to us as creators. It is up to us as entrepreneurs. It is up to us as corporations to make it available for everyone to be under the same playing field. Because as we move into this third generation of the internet, we are moving to a global economy to where everyone has access to, everybody within their actual job, within their actual position. And so I'm so glad you brung these concepts up, especially as we, go into the next thing. What are the principles of the DEI, right? And why is it crucial for, the development of the new technology that's coming about?
So just to make sure that we simplify it. So DEIBA, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, accessibility. Those are the catch letters right now to make sure that everybody is considered when you're talking about anything, whether it is how your community is being built or technology or new opportunities. And so what I've noticed is this acceptable trend in our country's history of developing these incredible sea-changing moments, but having only a small percentage of the population in the room making the decisions. And so, for example, one of my favorite tools in the offering right now is ChatGPT. It's a generative AI. And some people see it as a cheat code. Some people see it as a technology that's going to allow people to not work or cost people jobs. I see it no different than any other instrument as an opportunity for us to grab a hold to a tool and make our progress even more pronounced and better. But the challenge is less than 14% of the people who look like me and you even know what it is. And I think partly that's on purpose, partly it's accidental and just happenstance, and partly it's because we haven't had a history and experience in this country of knowing we're going to have a seat at the table. So we typically stay in our lane. I'm asking us to make sure we get a generation of young people who we not only get in these rooms to get to beta test these emerging technologies. What young people who look like me and you were in the room when Apple was developing Vision Pro? Like, those are the things that I want to make sure that I'm shining a light on. And so with our organization, the CEO Life Unplugged, and our counterpart, the Equity Geek team, we spend a lot of time. We review new books and technologies. We post in our newsletter opportunities for you to understand what's happening. We give sound and sage advice to corporations about the best ways to incorporate DEIB principles, but mostly it's because it's going to benefit them. Corporations who meet our minimum standards globally of diversity, equity, inclusion, they see outsized results in all facets of their business, whether they're being managed on how they grow or they're being determined, their success is being determined on bottom line revenue. Bottom line is the more people you have providing information to that pool, the better results you're going to get.
Absolutely, brother. And you bring up something that's huge is when we talk about ChatGPT and only 14% of the economy knowing about ChatGPT, and so many of us need to know about it because it's no different than Grammar Chat. It's no different than Alexa. It's no different than Siri. It's no different than these rings that we have on our actual home to secure. And so we as a culture, we as just as people alone, we have to be able to shift and make that movement and understand that this is becoming a daily habit of our lives, and it's not here to take your job away. As I share with people, you got to get online before you get left behind. And even now more, you got to be able to use AI because AI is not going to take your job. The person like me and you that's using AI will be able to replace you. And this is where we all have to be able to adapt and make that pivot and make that movement when we talk about diversity, when we talk about, equality, when we talk about inclusion. And so, can you provide me with some examples of how the lack of this consideration has negatively impacted, the industry in the recent years?
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that question. It's so important to talk about these things so we understand, it's my job to sound the alarm. Listen, what you currently need to do your job today, 65% will no longer be applicable by 30. Meaning, I don't care what your job is. If you're not learning, in 7 years, you'll be unemployed because you won't be capable of performing the minimum functions to do your job. And that's across every industry, in part because of AI. But the point is learning should be a lifelong journey. And Dr. Cornel West, who I'm a big fan of, he talks about the degreification of education. We do a good job. I'm the first person in my family to graduate from college. I was done learning. I didn't want to take another test. I wasn't going to read another book. You couldn't get me to sit in another class. But then you realize, well, what happens now you're 40 years old and somebody brings to you a PowerPoint or an Excel spreadsheet or something simple. That happened to me. I was a CEO of an organization sitting high on my perch, and I'm watching people, that I hire walk in the room with presentations I couldn't begin to create, having conversations about in a language I no longer spoke. And so I had to double down. And what I learned through that process is not only is learning a lifelong journey, but more importantly, it's fun. 53 years old to be educating 21-year-olds about new technology and letting them know, look, what I don't know, I will learn. And what I can't learn, I'm gonna get somebody on the team who's gonna do it, because we're gonna make sure that we're not left behind. We have the largest transference of wealth in American history happening right now. And if we don't get on board, we're gonna miss out on that transference of wealth. I, for one, don't want to miss that opportunity. I want us to have a seat at the table, whether it's quantum computing, whether it's any emerging technology like generative AI. If we're not sitting in those rooms at the earliest stages, and here's the best way. The best way to predict the future is to create it, according to Abraham Lincoln. So I'm saying you want to create a future that's equitable, where we all get a chance to both succeed and fail with the same kind of results and opportunities. The way you have to do it is go on this lifelong learning journey, focus on the most important technologies that's going to change the world, like AI, because every country's involved in it. It's used in almost 60% of the things you touch in a given day already. The problem is we're incorporating 450 years of the same thinking. And you know what I mean. 450 years of the same thinking. That's 249 years of chattel slavery. That's 50 years of building industrial and 100+ years of Jim and Jane Crow. And so we didn't get to participate. Now we have the opportunity, because not only can we create it, but we can demand a seat at the table, and we have the wealth, the will, and the skill to be in that room.
Yeah, brother, that right there was a mic drop. And you said something that was huge, and I want all of us to really capture that, because you said, once you got that degree, we don't go to any more seminars. We don't read any more books. We don't pay attention to anything else. And then we get left behind and we wonder why, because, oh, I got this degree, or, oh, I did this. And we hold so much value and weight to something we did in the past. But what are you doing now? And what are you doing to adapt to now? Because the average age of the world is 30 years old. So your degree that you learned in the 80s and 90s, that don't mean nothing now. Cute and adorable at the finest, because right now it's copy, paste, drag, drop. Are you going to press the button, and are you going to rethink and reshift the way that you've been thinking how business has been done, to now going to this global economy of the way we are doing business? And now it is being accepted to where now we do have a seat at the table. Now, how are we going to manage it?
Right.
Are we going to manage it by the same old traditions that our mom and dad brung us up? Well, this person this, that person that, competition this. Well, he don't know that. Right. And those ways will not set us free, right? By holding on to the past, waking up with those 10 bags of luggage and carrying it to the shower, carrying it, in the car, carrying it in the office, and then being, why nothing's working, because you ain't working, right? And so this is where I highly encourage you, you all to really take grasp of that, of what you just shared, of the conditioning and the continuation of learning something, And so, what does an inclusive equality technology ecosystem look like, and what steps can be taken to achieve that?
So first of all, let's demystify a couple of things. All right. So we use all of these words, and the other thing we need to add to the conversation about language, about learning, is the only purpose to stay on top of things is so you can keep up with the language. So you're bringing up language, right? Ecosystems. When I was coming up, it was an enterprise. So it'd be enterprise-wide, right? Now it's ecosystems, because that makes more sense. It's a lot more inclusive, and you can build a community. You can talk about everything from how it was created to how you want it to be, to ride off into the sunset. And the challenge we face, though, is we are walking into these organizations being told what they need us to do today. But we need to look at who is already at the top and what they're doing and where they're looking toward the future. And we need to ride that pattern. Looking at someone like and follow the patterns of the great. Warren Buffett reads 6 hours a day minimum. You can't keep up if you're not reading at all. You can't keep up. But then you look at people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk, regardless of whether you love his politics or not, he takes some of the biggest swings you could ever imagine. And part of it is he was allowed to, in part because of his complexion, part because of his privilege. But a lot of it was him. You can't say he didn't sleep in his office 15 hours a night, and so he could get work done. So him and his team would work 20, 21 hours for years. We get upset after 6 months that we didn't make $1 million already. We start out like, listen, you got to have two things, and one of them is patience. Time. What's Tolstoy say? The best weapons in war is time and patience. And so that's what we have to incorporate with this. And some of the things we talk about when we talk to our organizations about why they need to be more inclusive. You want to be more inclusive because there's technologies being developed that are AI driven, that are facial recognition software, for example. Or you get in false arrest, continuation of the same thinking. So the first people to get in the most trouble are people that are underrepresented and marginalized, and mostly people who look like me and you. That's going to continue unless we start letting them know. We got to start putting in more information. My skin tone is different than your skin tone. That's why I applaud Melanie Parker at Google with Dr. Ellis Munt from Harvard and their skin tone test. Partly it's because we want to make sure these AI have enough information to where they can distinguish between a caramel and a cocoa, and they can distinguish between a vanilla and a brown. And so when they're not only is that going to give us image equity online, but it's going to allow that software to perform its function, which is to make sure that it's correct and accurate. And that's all we're asking. We're not asking you to give us a favor. We're asking you to just make sure that it's not garbage in and garbage out of the past.
Yeah. And you're so spot on that the information that's put in is important in all aspects, whether it's AI, whether it's your Excel, whether it's your PowerPoint. The information that you put in is what you're going to get back from it, and so that's so key. And so what are some of the principles that are going to be integrated into the earlier stages of technology, of identification, and the creation of all this?
So here's what we're telling corporations. We're telling them, take these 8 easy steps to make sure that you're being inclusive, right? So number one, you want to stay in the know. Make sure that your company is keeping up with the cultural shifts. You want to be as culturally competent as possible. Every minute of every day that you're building technology is going to impact and change the world. Second thing we tell them is that we want to make sure that you're intentional. Your processes have to be intentionally focused on weeding out, identifying, finding any sources of inequity throughout every stage of the process. And so if you can do that, then we tell you, remember, the facts matter. A lot of times, because we're so desirous to get to market, we're not listening to the information. Mark Hurd, former Hewlett-Packard CEO, was known for saying he tortured the data until it confessed. That's all we're asking these companies to do, is listen to the data. It's going to tell you what you need. And if you listen to the data and it's created from an equitable system of information being input, then you're going to get an equitable output. And so we also tell them, fact number 4 is it takes a village. Make sure that if it's for us, if it's about us, it's for us, and that we're a part of it. Like, so if you want to make sure it's diverse, make sure you have people around that are touching it who have different lived experiences, because it can't be for us without us. And so the 5th thing we tell them is make sure you attack it on multiple fronts. It's more than just making sure there's no bias in the algorithm. Yeah, that's important. It's more than making sure there's unconscious bias training. Yeah, that's important. It's also important to make sure that people in the room are diverse. That's important too. But it's also important that as you share the wealth and your excellence, you're sharing it to a diverse audience who can grow and learn and benefit from it. The next thing we tell them is make sure you interrogate all of the information. So you're getting the information that you want to plug in. Right now, ChatGPT has about 100 years of data inputted into it, but that's 100 of the past years. And so imagine what kind of data it's got into it. If you look up, and one of my favorite things, on sidetrack a bit, is all this new emerging technology like DALL-E and Canvas AI, where you create all these things. If you plug in, I dare you, go in and plug in perfect executive, watch what comes up. Put in successful CEO, watch what comes up. Put in beautiful woman, watch what comes up. And that's all I'm saying. I want to know, it's at least a chance it's going to come up with somebody I'm going to be attracted to, somebody that I want to emulate, somebody that I want to be like. And so that's another, as a sidebar. So interrogate the data, and then get your team diverse, and make sure that when you get it all done, that you become a thought leader. Because that's how you can be the best ally I know you can be. Is you go and listen, here's what we've learned. Here's why it works. And here is the return on investing in diversity. And so if you do that, then you're going to follow those 8 steps. I think any organization will be the kind of diverse, equitable, inclusive environment that we all not only can survive in, but thrive in.
Another one. This is so spot on where you talk about the data. And so often we allow our feelings to get in the way of facts. When you present people with information, right, about, hey, this is what this industry is doing. Here are the numbers. Here's where this industry is going. And yet people are stuck in their current position now, their systems that they have now, and they're unwilling to relinquish those and not willing to pivot. Ask Blockbuster when they weren't willing to pivot. Ask Xerox when they weren't willing to pivot. Ask BlackBerry when they weren't willing to pivot, when the stats and the facts kept saying, hey, you need to go over here. This is where you need to go. And the CEOs and everybody didn't want to listen because they were stuck in the old ways and not doing the SWOT analysis, the futuristic technology SWOT analysis of how technology is going to impact their business in the future, what technology is going to take them out of business, what technology is going to help them in the future, and what technology is really going to impact their overall strategy throughout their business. And so that's so key that you mentioned that. And so often we let that go in one ear and go out the other because we allow our feelings to get in the way of the facts.
That's exactly right.
And so, what role does, do diversity teams play in ensuring the DEIBA principles incorporated into technology and development? Talk to me more about that.
So you have people, like I said, what's really important is you have, as a part of the development team, you've got a diverse group of people with different lived experiences. So we could read, we could read a page of anything and have 10 people read it, and 10 people are going to have a different reaction, 10 different reactions to it. Take the same thinking into all facets of your industry. And that's what we encourage. I'm not concerned about what the industry is, because this is applicable, these principles, to every facet of business, community, et cetera, and individual living. I encourage them to do three things. I encourage the executives and leaders to design their own personal diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, because it has to be real to you. And we sit with them and we ask a series of questions to make sure that we don't try to change them, but we want them to stretch and decide for themselves what feels right to them, because there's no cookie cutter solution to this. And then the second thing we do is we make sure that we encourage them to be intentional. If you're starting a new division at any company, Nike or what have you, you're going to dedicate the amount of resources to it, the right team to it. But so often, diversity, equity, inclusion is, let's hire the Black person, put that person in charge, and let them take care of it. And oh, by the way, we may or may not give you budget. We may or may not give you some resources to support it. Well, to me, that's performative. You're not serious. And so I don't spend a lot of time with unserious organizations because we don't have the time to spare. And so the last thing we do is we make sure that once your individuals have their personal plan, once you've been serious about your intentional enough to where you're going to allocate the amount of resources that you need, we want to make sure that you invest in this cultural wide to where it is inextricable from every part of your organization, to where it becomes fundamental and foundational to your ecosystem.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, that's spot on. And I think one of the other things that I'll add on to that, and even a question, in what context of fundings, can investors and venture capitalists promote, what you're doing in these values in tech startups and things of that sort, especially when you mention, not giving the budget or not knowing these numbers. And we got to know those numbers to be able to provide the right information, right?
We're actually, and that's another thing we're doing. We're sitting with, angel investors. We're sitting with venture capital firms. And, fortunately, we're at a stage in our, investing stage in our economic investing stage where there are a few of us in those rooms now. And so we're having these conversations, and we're not demanding, but we're highly and sternly encouraging these VCs as a part of their funding decision-making process, is that they identify this organization's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion principles, or otherwise they don't get the funding. And that's how serious of a principle this is to us. And some organizations are embracing this thinking pattern. And so we're getting some traction, not necessarily because it's a feel-good thing, but we can show them how it's going to increase their revenue. It's going to not only drive revenue, but it's going to drive long-term commitment. Because the other thing is the generations that are following us, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they are making it very clear. Listen, if you're going to be an organization we're going to support, you better make sure you're inclusive. And the data is so clear. And these VCs are saying their time horizon starts at 10 years. Whereas, we're looking at what happens in 90 days. And so 10 years down the road, they're going to know that things like by 2050, this country is going to be more than 25% Hispanic, Latinx. By 2050, we're going to be more than 50% diverse, minority control run. But economically, we're still going to be, it's going to be held in a small percentage of people unless we start dedicating our efforts toward doing this. And so everybody from Pew Research to McKinsey to Harvard Business Review, They have done the data mining, and they can prove empirically that if the more diverse the team, the more inclusive the organization, the better their results. And that's all we're saying.
Yeah. And even more so, with the data and the information with the next generation that's happening, technology is changing. These kids are setting up their 401ks online. These kids are setting up everything, before they even meet somebody belly to belly. And even in the things that we do in setting up metaverse, we share with our enterprise clients, hey, 70% of these customers want a metaverse experience. And it's a 60% chance that they're going to purchase from you if you have a 3D immersive experience. And that goes in one ear. And for those of the entrepreneurs that are future thinkers are like, oh, I need to hold on to that. And we need to make that adaptation right now so we can be diverse. So we can have all these inclusive, areas for all these different, generations and people that want to create this experience. And that literally is what we're all looking for, is an experience that we're wanted, that we're felt, to raise our vibrations, and that we can interact with. And so that's huge that we're having this conversation because, 5-10 years ago, what? You said, excuse me? No, this would have never even been brung up, right? This would have been like in the thought column of meditation and, and soundboarding. What? Get out of here with that. But now it's more prevalent to understanding the mindset, right? The shift that we have to be able to do. And I think more so, this is us having a conversation of us being human at the end of the day.
Absolutely. It's interesting because as we were, going through our processes and trying to figure out who we wanted to be as an organization, we went all the way back to, Marcus Aurelius in 180, 170 AD. And we were talking about how things continue to be the same. It is literally seek first to understand. It is in times like these, it's good to know there's always been times like these. And you start studying the Stoics and you start studying the Greek philosophers, and you hear things like, Socrates talking about the unexamined life, not worth living, or, and you start thinking about these things and you think all the way up until America was formed, and we're one of the young countries in the world, but we're one of the most performing democracies. And you think we're in this stage where we were founded on the principles supposedly of inclusivity. We wanted everybody to have a seat at the table, but we also gave a tongue-in-the-cheek nod to the fact that we were also slave owners. And so I look at the historical represent, I realize we are on the cusp of continuing to repeat the same cycle with AI and emerging technology in 2023. And I, for one, want to make sure that we learn from history enough to know we don't want to repeat it. And the best way to do it is for us, people like me and you, to be representative of these new technologies. But also, if they won't open the door, I'm going to kick it in. If they won't I can't kick it in, we going in the window. If we can't go in the window, I'm going in the back door. But we going to be at the table on this new technology, because I don't want another generation of my parents. My dad died before President Obama was elected. I don't want another generation like that. I want a generation where we're no longer excited about the first Black person to do this, or the first Black person, because it's the first have already begun. We expect that somebody like us is going to be in the room when the first happens.
Absolutely, brother. The first needs to be, that's cute and adorable. What are we doing to, continue the legacy and continue to, make some changes, and even more so, right? Being able to say, hey, this is what needs to be done. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're doing it through these conversations, and, through today's conversations, of community, of asking for help, and being able to understand these technology. And, Mr. Carl coming on here talking about, anemia, and really just being able to be aware of our health, right? Because these are all conversations, one and the same, especially when we talk about, us as a community, of having these resources and knowing these things and how available they are to us. And so, as we get closer to the end, what emerging technologies can companies, effectively educate their employees with the DEIBA principles and practices? Well, I'm gonna get
Well, we touched on a little bit of this too, and I like things like Chat GPT, like Bard, like Bean Chat, like those are the tools that we shouldn't be running from. And the truth of the matter is we've learned a lot we've been in America a long time. I tell people all the time, I've been Black a long time, and in corporate America, being Black, you train yourself to know how to navigate through the system. One of the things you don't do often is expose yourself. So the last thing I want to do is be seen using a technology that I feel like is a cheat, right? And so what I'm saying is, no, make sure that you're letting everybody know that you're proud of anybody who's bringing new technology to the table. You're proud of anybody who's looking for ways to make our work more effective and more efficient and frankly, more profitable. And so that's what I'm encouraging these organizations to do, is recognize that, yeah, you might have a person from the majority community walk in with all this great technology, but if you're encouraging a diverse and inclusive environment, I promise you, there's a whole community of people who have historically been marginalized, historically been underrepresented, that's way ahead of the curve. They just can't let you know out of survival. We have this survival instinct. And so my job is to let them know we got to turn that spigot off and turn it to a thrival instinct. How can I be the best I can be every single day? Well, the best I can be every single day doesn't have to hide his light under the bushel tree. The best I can be every day is going to shine that light. And I heard a motivational speaker say this. She was like, and if it's too bright, bring shades, so we can make sure everybody can see what's happening. And so that's all we're trying to do, is make sure that if it's too bright for you, I'm gonna give you a pair of shades, because I'm gonna need you to get this information.
Yeah. Bring some shades, because you're gonna need it, because we're bringing the light. I love that, brother. And so I love to ask this question, at the very end, if you could go back and tell yourself, your younger self, some advice, what would that be? What would you share with your younger self?
I think about this often. And one of the things I know that I would tell myself is, baby, it ain't about you. Get yourself out the way as soon as possible. Success breeds hubris, especially in first generation success. And I spent 15 to 20 years enjoying the fact that I was the first, and some of the successes shaped how I moved, and I started expecting it. What I ended up realizing is I didn't keep up. And, and it's not even a tale of I'm glad of what I've experienced. And most of us had a sea change in our life because of the pandemic. And I'm just suggesting now it's important, just like Nelson Mandela said, it's not a failure or a mistake. It's a lesson. He just simply says, I never lose. I either win or I learn. And that's all I'm asking us to do, is learn. And so I would tell the younger me is, never stop learning, son. Like, you want to continue to be everything you're supposed to be, never stop learning.
I love it. I love it. So, brother, as we conclude this, this amazing keynote speak, brother, share with the people, where they can find you at. If you have anything, that you want to offer right now, if there's anything special you have going, share with the world, tell them, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's simple. Everything is The Equity Geek. So LinkedIn, Instagram, the web, everything is The Equity Geek. If you want information, just simple tools your company can use, whether that is how to attack AI bias, how to eliminate unconscious bias, how to build allyship, how to build a robust supplier diversity program. Go to The Equity Geek. It's all there. And we give you simple, easy to use tools. And it's all available at no cost, because I'm about this making change business. It's not about me anymore. It's about making sure that we change these organizations, we change individuals within these organizations, and thereby we change the world.
I love it, brother. I love it. You guys definitely make sure you reach out to Mr. Hook. He's been amazing in bringing this information, and the way that you brought it to us, gave it to us in a different way. You did sneak in through the back door, right? And you gave us some information that we haven't looked at, that we really should. So I greatly appreciate you coming on here, sharing this information with the Black Business Network, brother. And so until the next time, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Amen. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So students, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and register so you can get this cash in your hands, okay? And so with that being said, we want to thank you all for joining us. We have our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. And this month, we want to thank NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, McLean Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Equality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, the Hello LLC, Lee Entertainment, the Artist App Design, and of course, the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hitting my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Trusso, you're face to face. Second, on Trusso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trusso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trusso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trusso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trusso is both social and safe. We refer to Trusso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trusso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trusso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trusso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trusso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. we are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
La connexion. BU. la collection Be You, Be You, Be You.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
And good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC. And Hello stands for Helping Entrepreneurs Leverage Leading Edge Optimizations. And I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24/7 business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought-forward leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from all over the world, from London, from Singapore, from Africa, from Japan, from North Carolina, from Chicago, from New York, from Los Angeles, cities all over the world and the United States, and myself included. I'm coming to you live from Guanajuato, Mexico itself, right? Buenas noches. And more importantly, guys, look, the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about businesses, especially as we pivot and move into the future. And even as we talk about this, right now, you all can go and visit the Hello Plaza in Metaverse from your actual cell phone, from your actual laptop, and you can experience what the future is now, especially after all the conversations we've had today with Mr. Hook, with Mr. Carl, with Miss Cleo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Miss Denise Spiller. She's a former correctional officer. She's a digital nomad like myself, which is amazing. She's an entrepreneur, an author, a tech enthusiast, and she's crafting custom curriculums for local governments and private corporations. And she's a global citizen all over the world. You never know where she's going to be. Right now, she's in Ghana, and it is with pleasure to introduce you all to Miss Denise Spiller.
Hi, David. Oh, understandable, but I'm in Grenada in the West Indies, a Caribbean island. And yes, Maggie the goat is a big part. She's become a very big part of my story. Somebody said today, "Are you the goat whisperer?" I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. Anyway, I'm here partnering with two organizations, and I'm teaching workshops and helping people figure out kind of what they can do to not only sell their products, but get their ideas out of their head on the page and out into the world. into a global marketplace. The challenge is that I come to overlooked communities, and sometimes you don't know what you're going to run into. So they may not have internet. They may not have constant light. They may not have electricity. Here, fortunately, that's not really Grenada's problem. Their problem is more that a lot of times people don't even realize that the Caribbean may have limited resources. We just think of it as this beautiful place, which it is, but they are limited on resources. They are an island. They have to import quite a few things. And so I'm running into very creative, lovely people who are like 5 generations deep, and they may be creating on their farm. And they bring these items. Some of them have brought their product into my workshop. And I had a young man who was 72 years old who just got a cell phone. And he doesn't know how to get that product out to the world. He's barely getting it out to the other communities. So I meet them where they are, try to help them figure out how to expand their businesses, how to expand their ideas, and how to turn their ideas into cash flow. It's really straightforward. I'm teaching them everything I've learned from being a freelancer and a digital nomad, as you mentioned, for like since 2020. But I've been a freelancer for like 10 years. I've made all of my moves from starting as a writer. So
I love
it's fun to learn as I go as well,
Absolutely. And, from one digital nomad to another, you said something that was key, that a lot of the times, we have these expectations or we assume of what other places around the world are like and have no clue, and vice versa. And especially in the part of the world that you're in, we see the ocean, we see all the vacations, but what we don't see is internal, inside the islands and around the surrounding areas, and what access they have and what access they don't have, and vice versa. And you said, energy, you said, lights, you said, just the necessities that us as Americans, we take for granted. I mean, being here in Mexico, the lights, the internet, that goes off. It's no big deal. The lights, internet go off back at home. There's a problem. And so it's just, the ways that we look at life and how we have to be able to adapt and look at it from different aspects, especially as we open up to this global market. So, as a creative individual like yourself, how do you navigate the balance between writing, the entrepreneurship, and your personal life?
That is a great question. And I am working that out even as we speak. I have been working that out for years. I have always had a focus on my health, not just my physical health, but my mental health. It's important to me. And, as a creative person, if you're dealing with anxiety and fears and depression, it's hard. So I've always first tended to the spiritual side. I believe wholeheartedly, and there was a time when I would never have said this, but I know that my dreams are so big. They're too big to have come from me. I know they came from a divine inspiration. So I give credit to God for any creativity I've ever had. I am never limited on ideas. I never run out of ideas. As a matter of fact, I have to kind of organize myself that way. So I relax and I get quiet and I try to plan out my move, plan out my day, eat right, not drink too much caffeine. That balance is so important. Your health is so important. Without it, health is wealth. That's your first thing right there, right? So what better way to start than that spiritual health, then that physical health, and the spiritual health helps you with the mental health, So I do a lot of that. I do a lot of balancing. I just mentioned the other day that I had to take my Sundays back. I try not to be online on Sundays right now. It's really important to me because I feel like I'm being pulled in a lot of different directions. So I try to encourage other people. You can't please everybody. And I heard that if you try to be everything to everybody, you'll be nothing to somebody or anybody in a minute, because you're going to fall down. You'll fall down, you'll fall sick. I've had some sick days in my history, and I don't fall sick, often, thank God. And when I do, it's like it really kind of keeps me down. It's like I haven't been sick in so long that when I do get sick, my daughter always says it, man, when you get sick, you are down for the count. So when I feel tired, I try to go to sleep at a normal hour now. I used to burn both ends of the stick. I don't do that anymore. I rest when I'm tired. I eat when I'm hungry. You know, those basic things. It sounds real basic, but we will dismiss our basic needs when we're serving other people. We will put those things to the back. And I'm saying, no, put that in the front.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself first so that you can balance it all out and then take care of others.
You're absolutely spot on. Because today, you know, I was talking with Tara, and she's like, "Baby, when's the last time you meditated?" And I was like, "Ooh, maybe before Thanksgiving." And she said, "Yeah, let's go meditate." And that in itself is a prime example of not burning ourselves out. And even then, when you said that, right, our self-care, especially for the Black community, we tend to let that go wayside, especially for you mothers, right? Giving everything to the kids and the family other than to yourself. Speaking, looking at my mom, and just knowing now what meditation does for me, right? Especially after today, after meditation, it was being aware. It was being able to not only be aware, but be aware of the experiences that we create through our awareness. And then through those experiences that relates in that, you know, comes out our emotions. And so if you're aware to the experiences that create the emotions, then your day will go a whole lot more smoother, especially through the conversations you're talking about of what to eat, right? How to eat, what to manage, you know, your time and how to utilize your time. And so that is so, you know, key. And so speaking of this and putting together this mental health, this physical health and all the rest, you know, what inspired you to, you know, pursue the path of entrepreneurship?
Man, David, you know what? I'm one of those people where when I was a kid, my best friend, she actually was my neighbor, and it probably was an excuse to be out of the house, but we used to make things and sell it. And she had a Filipino background. She was Filipino. We would make the pancit. We would make all kinds of stuff, and we'd sell it. And we would make, you know, we'd make some money. That was the 80s, you know, 70s, late 70s, 80s. We'd make a little money, and it encouraged us to do it again. And sometimes I honestly feel like some of the neighbors that knew we were coming would just give us a couple of bucks to get us off their porch. You know, that was a time when you could go and knock on the front door and you could have a lemonade stand. Now it's a little bit different. You know, kids aren't really out like that now. We have a different world that we live in, but I believe it was always in me. And then my dad was an entrepreneur. He called himself an enterpriser, you know, and he had an arcade shop in San Francisco. He also had another shop in another area in San Francisco after he shut down the arcade. And at one point, he returned to Alabama, his home state from California, and he opened a business there as well. So I don't know if he knew what he was doing. When I spent time with him and he took me to the shop, he had me rolling quarters in the back. He would empty out the machine and give me the quarters and have me rolling quarters in the back. And I'd have to count them out because we didn't have that nice little thing that they have now where you put in the quarters and it. So we didn't have that. You know, almost count them out. And I had to put a piece of tape on each end and write 10 on it because so when he took it to the bank, and each time I did that, he gave me a roll. And he really set something up for me because I put that roll in my drawer. And then when I went to the bowling alley, that was a thing. I went to the movie theater, that was a big thing for us. I always had money in my pocket. You know, I always had this money. So I feel like I was maybe born with an enterprising spirit, but at the same time, watching that and being a part of it, it helped grow it.
I love it. You know, and we always, I think we all have these stories as entrepreneurs that we reminisce back on, you know, through our past of this is what my grandfather did, or this is what my father did. And, you know, it really gives us this foundation that, you know, continues to push us forward and give us these, you know, these building blocks that we built on as we move forward. And so I love the fact that, you know, being able to count out the quarters and even now, right, as we move forward with this technology, there's no need for any cash anymore, you know, in some of these countries. And even as we talk about digital nomad, just the currency difference, you know, people don't know that. And so these are things that we have to learn and adapt to. And so, you know, what ways does your family, you know, ties into the decision, you know, of, you know, your professional choices as we talk about, you know, these habits and conditioning ways leading us to the next question?
Man, my family, I come from a very big, strong, loud family. There was a time when I used to just say it was the women, right? I come from some strong women, but I look at it now in my later years, and everybody in my family is strong. My uncles, my brother, my sister. You know, I could go across the line. I can look at the younger people who are younger than me, my younger cousins, my daughter. They're strong. It's a strong family, and it plays into everything. I might be, one time somebody told me I was overly confident. And I think it's because I made them a little uncomfortable. You know, I don't think it's overconfidence. I think it's coming from this family of strong people. My mother is a force to be reckoned with. So, you know, nothing coming around that lady is going to be weak. You gotta stand strong to stand next to her. And she's a little thing. So I don't think it's overconfidence. I think it's coming from this strong, independent, outspoken, and confident family. And so in that, I walk in that, being comfortable in that kind of a walk. And I believe it really serves me well. It serves me well to, I remember one time, I'll leave you with this one. One time my mom said, I was telling her, I wonder if she remembers this. I was telling her, oh my goodness, I was nervous because, you know, I have the law enforcement background. I was nervous. I was young in law enforcement, and they were putting me in a training officer position pretty young. And the people that I would be training didn't look like me. You know, in law enforcement, there wasn't a lot of us when I first started in there, a lot of people, you know, female, Black officers. There were just a sprinkle of us. They were making me a training officer. So I'd be training these guys like I'm in my 20s and I'm like 22. These deputies are 40, non-Black backgrounds, and it was intimidating. And I told my mom, I said, I gotta walk in this room. I just finished the FTO training. It was 4 weeks away from home. I come back, I graduated, and I said, I gotta walk in this training and train these guys. They're gonna already be sitting in there. Man, I never felt this way, like that knot in my stomach. She said, if you're gonna walk in that room, you walk in it like you own it. And I was like, oh, I had to think about that, and I sat on it. But when I got there, I got in the parking lot, I drank some water, I was feeling nervous. I kind of, you know, did my thing. And I took a deep breath and I held my head up high and I walked in like I owned it. Now, you know, never let them see you sweat, that kind of thing. Of course I was nervous. Of course I was a little intimidated. But maybe walking in like that, you know, with that confidence, to some people, it's like, who does she think she is? And that's okay. You know who you are and whose you are. And walk in there like you own it. Whether you feel it or not, it'll come. It'll come. Your voice will come. It'll raise up. You know, so my family plays a part in everything. You can be no punk with my brother and sister. No.
Well, and you know, we all have that person in our family that we know not to mess with. We know we better come correct, right? Or you know what's going to happen. And so, you know, this is absolutely spot on. And then, you know, that mentality of being in, you know, that position, and then, you know, telling these other men, let alone the color, let alone the age, of what to do and how to do it, and then to repeat that, you know, that in itself was a hard task in itself. And so, you know, you mentioned a lot of the support from your mother, you know, your brothers and things of that sort. You know, how has that support system, you know, really contributed to your success?
That's an extension of like the previous answer. You know what you do when something goes wrong? What you do when something doesn't work out, when you're feeling a doubt? Sometimes you'll be quiet and you might go into prayer, or like you said, Tara had you go into meditation. She was probably in self-preservation mode because she knows how you are when you don't meditate. She's a smart woman.
Facts.
She's a smart woman. So your support, you know, they're who you go to when things are going really bad. And on the flip side of that, they're the ones you go to when things are going really good. They're the ones that are going to be like, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. At the same time, they're going to be the ones that are saying, you can do this. On the other side of that, they might be like, is it time to come home, baby? You know, you know. So they play into all of it. They play into all of it, into the good and the bad. They're always there on the foundation of everything I do. Like I'm walking, you know, sometimes remember when you're a kid, a person would get on all fours so that you could get on their back and get over you know, and then you reach back like we used to do, that kind of thing. It's like that. You know, those are the backs that you're stepping on, those strong people in your life. And I'm so fortunate to have so many strong people, my aunties, my cousins, my mom, my sister. I mean, they're all there in everything I do.
Yeah. And, you know, answering that question for myself, you know, I always go back to when my father was about to open up his own barbecue shop, and something happened, and, you know, he decided, or just something fell through. And I remember him and my mom getting in a huge argument, and he went back to his construction company. And I remember, you know, how much that, you know, hurt him, and how much, you know, that just, because barbecuing was his passion. And I just, for myself, those conditions, those habits, those stories have pushed me even further to become successful, to remember those stories. And even more when you say, you know, traveling and being an entrepreneur, and oh, this girl, she didn't took you across the world, you better come back home, and all this other stuff, you know, for yourself, you know, can you share how these experiences as, you know, a world traveler, a digital nomad, how they've influenced your entrepreneurship journey?
So my dad worked for United Airlines, and as such, you know, our family got to travel on we did the standby thing. You know, what comes along with that is getting stuck.
Yeah.
You might get stuck. I remember Chicago airport. I don't like to fly through O'Hare to this day, you know, because we've been stuck there a few times.
They've been doing construction on that airport since the 50s.
Oh my goodness. I haven't been there in a very long time, very long time. I try to avoid it. I recall that I always considered it an adventure. And the beauty of being able to travel often is that my mom and dad would hop on a plane, or my mom would take us on a plane and take us to our grandmother's in Alabama. And my grandmother was this little lady, but I think all the strength came from that woman. That's why all of her daughters and all of her sons are so strong. All of my aunties she was just a little powerhouse. And all of my cousins, it feels like I grew up with them, even though they were coming from other states. The parents would drop us off, and we spent summers at my grandmother's house. Now, as an adult and as a parent, I realize all those parents were taking advantage of getting rid of their kids for the summer. I don't even remember saying bye to my mother. I think they were dropping us off, and they probably were just slowing down the car and saying, go ahead, and we jump out, you know? So,
when you coming to get me? You'll be all right.
I don't remember having conversations on the phone. I just remember my grandmother and her cooking, and all my cousins and us sitting at the table together, and that love of being with the family, and then being able to travel back. And I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is an area of such diversity and people going in and out, and us being all over the place. It's played so much into my entrepreneurial endeavors that I want to travel. I love people. I want to meet people. And I've been able to put that together with my writing and my service mentality, and serve people where I go. I intentionally travel to underserved, overlooked communities, trying to do what I do, trying to show them how I've done what I've done. Because can you imagine meeting a writer, these creative people in these communities, and then showing them how to get their writing out there, how to log on, how to get on some of these sites, how to be able to research their books. And it's like a beautiful feeling, because it's something you've done. And then there's things they want that I don't know yet. And I'm okay with saying, I don't know that. Let me get to some research. And I come from every workshop learning something new, something that I need to learn and take back to the community, take back to this one person, take back to the lady that's trying to sell her spices off of her farm. So it's like it's satisfying, the desire to travel, the desire to write, the desire to help people. And I'm just getting so much fulfillment from it. You know, I'm learning probably more than I'm teaching, if I'm being honest. I'm learning so much. It's been a beautiful journey so far.
Yeah. You know, and that's something that most people will not understand until you get out of the forest and you're able to travel around to these other countries, and you're able to see how other people live and how they associate with life and how they fulfill their life. And it's not just on success. It's not just on the value of money. It's on the value of community. It's on the value of, you know, of the family staying together. And That's so key. That's so important, especially those of us that, live when we have the family reunions every year, and family was important, and we checked up on one another, and we know how that community is. And so, I love that you share that, because I share that with so many people that, hey, look, you don't know how blessed you are until, you go somewhere else. Being in Colombia, being in Mexico, I tell people all the time, I can take you down a path that will make any ward in your city or your state look like the Ritz-Carlton. And we seem to forget that, at the end of the day, when we look at the way other people are doing things, and especially creating businesses for themselves. And I remind people that every day there's 1,400 self-made millionaires in America. You go across the pond, there's double that with less, right, of the things and the opportunities that we have. So that's why it is copy, paste, drag, drop. And it's up to you to continue to move forward. So, what advice would you give someone starting in an entrepreneurial world, considering your own journey and your experiences?
So the first thing I would say, if you're already working, like if you're not already at home pursuing the entrepreneurial path and you're working, I started before I left work. And a part of me would have done better to save a little more, plan a little better before jumping out there. So I would say, if my first bit of advice is that if you're working and if you have an income coming in, start planning now, start the business now, get the business plan written. Do what you can while you're still getting somebody else's money so that you can get it started, so that you can have that income that, to help you get the journey going. But if you're already in it, that's a whole nother bit of advice. The plan is really, really important. The business plan is really important. That outline, very, very important. And it seems like it's this basic advice, right? It seems like it's something that everybody knows, but you can lose your way a little bit. You can get really, like myself, I have so many ideas, and then I meet people and they give me more ideas. And you can kind of lose the foundational outline and be adding those colors into it and making it all colorful. It's black and white on paper, and all of a sudden you haven't looked at it in about 6 weeks, and you done added all these colors that it's not ready for. So I have those pivots, they're not pivots, they're bullet points, right? I have those bullet points on a page to remind myself, I'm only here. Let's just put that note, that idea on page 3. We're not ready for that yet. So that's why I say that outline that comes from your business plan is so important, because you can run off in another direction and actually not be ready for it. And I've made that mistake before. So that's the best advice I can give if a person is already on the journey. Remember why. Remember what you're supposed to be starting. Don't be little creative over here adding all the rainbow colors when you're not ready for that yet. Keep it black and white for a minute until you're ready, and keep looking back at what stage are you on. Look at your bullet points and stay focused up so you can make it to the rainbow. You're just not there yet. You can't start with the rainbow. It costs a little more. You got to build up to get there. Hope that analogy made sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And especially as you say, the bullet points and writing these things down and being able to stay focused and to stay concentrated on these things. And I'll even add on there to these bullet points and things that you should be focused on is your SWOT, right? Your strength analysis, right? And not only that, your actual technology strength, right? Your weaknesses towards technology, the opportunities you have towards technology. And not only that, how are you going to use this technology? And one of the things that you said was make sure your foundation is in order. So often we go here, we go there, we go here, we go there, and we don't have our foundation in order. And before you know it, we're lost. And then that's where we get off track, right? And so one of my last questions that I have for you before we get out of here, right, is, what drives your passion for helping others get on their feet, and how do you envision making a difference in their lives?
So I want to tell this story because I used to be ashamed to tell this story. And I want to share it because sometimes when you get where other people are really pumping you up and they're saying, man, we love what you're doing, you know, somebody behind you, there's somebody in front of you always. There's somebody looking at you that's either younger or just they don't have the experience or the successes you have yet. So they're looking at you and they're like, man, she's doing it. She's over there in Grenada. And they're just thinking you just got there and don't know those challenges, right? I was in the Dollar Tree. So for the people in the United States, you know what the Dollar Tree is. And I was with my daughter. My son had already moved out. And I was really, really having a broke month. And I don't even like to use the word broke. I've taken it out of my vocabulary because it's such a bad word. I don't ever want to feel myself as broken, but I was really broke and everybody can relate to that. And I needed $8. We had chili dog. We were going to have a chili dog dinner. I needed $8 and the bill came up to 7 something. I had $7. No change in my pocket, nothing. I was coming up short by $1. So, you know, I'm sitting there embarrassed, mortified, because I got $7. I got my baby girl here. She's like, you know, she's not that young. She's old enough to know that So we're whispering about what we should put back. And I tell it with a little bit of humor. And my daughter and I laugh about it because we're sort of like, remember when? But in that moment, I was so mortified that my daughter and I are whispering about, well, we got to have the cheese. Well, we don't have to have the cheese. But what's chili cheese, dog, without the cheese? You know what I mean? I'm laughing and saying it in a funny way now. But in that moment, we were literally trying to figure out, put back the cheese. And the guy behind me, older Black gentleman, gave $1 to the clerk. And I was so mortified. I was so ashamed. I could barely look him in his eyes, but I did. And I said, thank you. And I grabbed my stuff as quick as I could. You know, the only reason I didn't cry was because my daughter, you know, I made a joke about it and we laughed about it. And we're like, ooh, we about to have our chili cheese fries and I mean, chili cheese dog and our fries and all that. But I promised myself, if I ever meet anybody that's in that position, if I ever meet another woman, another father, it doesn't even matter, Black, white, yellow, male, female, I'm going to not only understand because I know I won't always be here. I know I'll be in a better place. I always want to be able to reach back and remember that there's always somebody that needs that level of help. You don't know why they got there. They might have just made a couple of bad choices. They might have had a flat tire, had to use the last money of their check. You don't know. And you can't judge people. We can't judge the person that's homeless on the street saying, well, he must have made some bad mistakes. That's how he got there. That's just not true. You have no idea what people go through. And so having been there before, I want to serve other people to help them get to the place where they can look back and reach back and bring one forward. I feel like that's our purpose here. Our purpose is to, with whatever we have, shouldn't we help each other get to that next level, especially in our community, especially the Black community. We need each other. We need each other. And that's my why, is to never be there again and to be able to look my daughter, my son, my nephews, my mom, my sister in the face. And kind of be like, look at what y'all did. Because every single one of them has poured into me, every single one of them.
Yes, ma'am. And so with a little bit of time we got, Mrs. Denise, if you could tell the people where they can find you at, how they can get in contact with you so we can get this party rocking and rolling and the show continue to roll as it should. So tell the people where you're from.
So on LinkedIn, I'm Denise Annalise Spiller. On Facebook, I'm Denise Spiller, the writer, or writer Denise Spiller. On Instagram, I'm Relentless Writer. I think I'm pretty easy to find. You know, if you can't remember those, I'm really easy to find. I would love to have a conversation with anyone. I am going to be hosting a retreat. I am an empty nester, and I do serve other people who are like myself. They're on that second chapter, and they're looking how to get the ball rolling because they've been a caregiver for so long. I'm the one to help you with that. I'm going to help you figure that out because it's about not just chasing your dream at this stage, but catching it.
Absolutely. And with that being said, Ms. Denise, we greatly appreciate you coming and joining with us on the Black Business Network. It was an absolute honor. And with that being said, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, David.
Yes, ma'am. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And so make sure you go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and donate to the scholarship fund or the Cash App that's on the screen below. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000, and 10 students, right, will be able to get access to this along with the laptops. And so we want to thank our sponsors today from NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ridge Coaching Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Support, Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, McLean Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, The Hello LLC, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.